ať nemají pod...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to open the second day of our conference. Yesterday, we've heard many interesting, inspirational pieces of information. Undoubtedly, this will be the case today as well. We also had an occasion or an opportunity to spend a very pleasant evening in a beautiful environment. And strengthened by these, we will dive straight into the new presentations. The first will be by Eva Kohoutová from Světlá nad Sázavou prison, then Tobias Merkle and also Hans Barngrecht. Before that, we will see the video that Michael promised to make for you in the APAC prison. So have a look. So I think this has been confirmed that even a prison environment can be inspiring because it looked really nice. At this point, I would like to ask First Lieutenant Kohoutová to take the floor. Now, after each presenter, there will be a chance for questions after each presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yesterday, we had a chance to listen to very inspiring contributions and presentations. I think it was really enriching for all of us, if I dare say. I would like to follow up on this by my presentation, which hopefully will have something in common with these, and that is love. Yesterday, we heard about love towards one's neighbor and one's work. Our prison works with many groups of people. One of them are mothers with children. So it will be about motherly love, love towards humans, and also about the love of employees to their work, last but not least. Our prison is not very old. It was opened in 2000, and it was actually rebuilt from a school facility. Currently, we have women who are placed in a guarded prison with a low, medium, and high type of guarding. We also have other departments, entry and exit departments, and also we have also a department for those who cannot be employed in any way, then the therapeutical, no drug zones, a department for mentally ill, and also a department for mothers with children. This department, the latest department, was founded in 2002 already. It was founded by our mother founder, Kamila Menclová, who was inspired from abroad, and I will speak about it later in more detail. In 2004, a need arose to have a small department for women in detention who are under investigation, and the court doesn't want to let them be investigated while they're at large, and they need to be detained. And in order to prevent the interruption of a mother-child relationship, this particular department was also formed. Last but not least, in 2020, we opened another department for convicted mothers with babies, freshly born babies. At the beginning, there was a question, why should there be such specialized department for mothers? Why should it be there? Is it necessary? And so on. Such a department, it was answered that such a department does make sense. It makes sense for the mother and for the society ultimately, because these women will learn how to be mothers, which they may not be able to begin with, and the child will spend 2 to 3 years with us, and it will be strengthened. The daily strengthening of the mother is our main task. She has to have the child with her. She cannot put it aside when she's not feeling unwell or when she would like to rest, but she cannot. And that really leaves a very strong feeling of responsibility in those mothers, and the children are spending really beautiful times, and the relationship mother and child is very strong, and that is expressed then in any behavior outside prison. It is important to teach the mothers to work with the children properly. Many mothers didn't have such experience when growing up. They were growing up in very difficult environments, both with a lack of love as well as material equipment, and they have no idea how to take care of the children. So we teach them how to care for a child, from healthy food, healthy hygiene, and also how to play with children, because they don't know how to do it. The department is very small. The capacity is 15 convicted women in the low, medium, as well as high level of guarding. At this point, we have 10 mothers present, and normally we have somewhere between 10 to 15 mothers, and I will speak about their acceptance or incoming later on. The conditions are not simple. The mother needs to be prepared for this, and we always have the vision of the child's interests in front of us. Our legal arrangement enables mothers to take care of their children from their birth to the first year of their age. If the woman gives birth and then her punishment is perhaps put on hold and she can enter the prison later on, or she gives birth in prison and then she brings up her child in prison. The woman needs to write a letter to the director of the prison first of all, and then she's given a list of criteria that she needs to fulfill that in order to be accepted into this department. When we're looking at the time when the mother should be accepted, we need to see whether she takes care of her children. If she doesn't take care of her previous children, and she was actually deprived of her parental rights, and all of a sudden she decides she does want to take care of her children, then she probably will not be accepted, because this would basically lead to an easing of her punishment. If the mother has a very short sentence and she could be in prison for 2 months, she would not fall into the department. But if the punishment is planned for longer than 3 months, she has a chance. The length of the sentence is important because we never want to divide the child from the mother, and therefore the child should always leave the prison with the mother. Therefore, the mother that is to be imprisoned up to the 3 years of age of the child is appropriate. The child can be maximum 4 years of age, which means that if the child is 3 years and a few months, then we still sort of consider it. What's important before the acceptance, we need to ascertain the health condition of the mother and the child, because if there was any serious illness in the mother or the child, we couldn't accept either, because the military or the prison service cannot provide medical assistance, and our prison is found a bit further from any large medical facility. So yes, there was a situation where the child had a serious medical condition and we couldn't accept the child. The Department for Child Care carries out an investigation, and if they say yes, the mother does take care of her children properly, then they can approve it. If the mother is detained, then her entry period in custody is shortened, and then she's brought quickly to our prison, and then she undergoes various types of tests, where she's tested on aggressivity and other features. Then if she turns out to be very aggressive, we cannot accept her, because we cannot risk the aggressivity to spread in the department. We don't want conflicts between the mothers. So if all of this comes together well, and the convicted mother fulfills all these conditions, then we look at the last thing that has a solution, and that is whether she has enough financial means for the first 2 months of her stay in prison, because she has to pay for some of these things for the child. And before she gets the parental benefit, it does take a while. It depends when she comes to us, and it does take time for the parental benefit to arrive. So if she comes, she will bring the child, the things for the child, and she will bring some money that should actually amount to a double amount of the monthly parental benefit. And from this amount, she pays things for the child, and these are only accessible to her to pay things for the child. So if she wanted to buy cigarettes or coffee or something, she cannot use it. Then, of course, she pays for the food, for diapers, cosmetics for the child, or perhaps some goodies for the child. So all of this, when it's fulfilled, a committee comes together with the headed by the director of the prison, and then the mother comes to our department. It's situated in the calm part of the prison. It's a bit separated from the main dorms, and it has 2 floors. And there are 2 courtyards available.
If you look here, these are the bedrooms. Each mother's got her own bedroom for the mother and the child, with the children having their typical pens or a small bed that they all love. It's up to the mother to decide how she wants to have the furniture arranged. Each room has a wash basin, a fridge, and the corridor is very spacious, decorated with a carpet. Children frequently play in the corridor because they can run around and use their small bikes and things. The culture room is a great playground, including an aquarium with fish. And there is a kitchen where mothers can cook their meals, but it's rather different when it comes to catering mothers and children. If the mother gets used to the style in the department, and then she gets a regular service in the kitchen. In the morning, she has to go to the kitchen, and being guarded by our employee, she prepares food for all the children in that ward or department. And the food has to follow the menu prepared by our expert dietologist. Then the finished foods is brought to the department together with the food for the mothers who receive food like any other prisoners. We perform a lot of activities with the mothers, like the traditional activities that we try to incorporate all children in, so that the children had a chance or have a chance to learn everything that they would learn in normal families, various rhymes and colors and animals and whatever. Every week, a psychologist visits this department, plays with the children, talks with the mothers to learn all the news and see what's needed. So I would say it works ideally. Many things happen in the department that is supposed to simulate what the children would do outside the prison with their parents. So we celebrate all the holidays, birthdays, we bake cakes. We take pictures, and mother can have pictures of the children to send to the husband, to the parents, and so on. And other convicts really appreciate it if they can rehearse a performance for mothers and children. So from time to time, there are groups of women that prepare a theater play, or they make costumes. It either happens in the department, or we take them to a special room where there is a stage, and then all the women can go like to a theater, which is very attractive for them. Obviously, we organize events for Easter and St. Nicholas holiday, and it's always considered a privilege to prepare a program for the mothers. Obviously, Christmas is an emotional time, so women also bake cookies and receive gifts. Every month, the International Prison Fellowship visits this department, and they also participate in collecting gifts for the children at Christmas, and that's something that we really appreciate. So that we try to make Christmas really as pleasant as possible, because it's an emotional time. And we also try to take children outside as much as possible, because they need to see the world outside, not to see the same faces and the walls all the time. We go to the park, which is not far from the prison, and also the countryside, because there's a beautiful part of the country. Sometimes we take them on a train trip. So it's a broad spectrum of activities that we try to provide for the children. Children love animals, so we take them to a zoo or different parts of the forest, game parks, and so on. What's also important is the reinforcement of family links. That's really needed. So we have several children corners, as we call them, and volunteers equip them. Thank you, Susanna. So these are not used only by the mothers with children and families, but they can be used also by families of other women who are in the prison, not only those who are in this specialized department. Mothers sometimes get the possibility to leave the prison for visiting their families if they behave, so they go or receive their families here. These are outdoor playgrounds. When we have times of visits on Saturdays and Sundays, people prefer meeting the families outside. Since 2002, we had 196 mothers going through our department, 101 boys and 116 girls. You can see that the numbers don't add up, because some mothers have 2 children. This specialized department for mothers and children from 0 to 1 year, we have 4 cells for those, and we are really lucky that we up to now had no clients, because these are women that would be sentenced for very serious crime, and they wouldn't be able to take care of the children. So we haven't had any woman like that. You use these 2 rooms for women before the judge, or before the lawsuit. So we use these. Does that work? Yes, we have great feedback from mothers who have been released already. We organize meetings of former convicts, and the recidivity is around 17%, and that's probably the best success. I should mention one more thing here, and that's the vision that we had, and we had to leave for the time being. In 2019, we worked on the idea of the open prison. We even had selected a building that we wanted to buy in the town of Světlá nad Sázavou, so it's the other end of the town, and that would be for mothers with children, preschool children, mothers with low level of guarding, so we wouldn't have the police, uniformed police, only the civilian employees would be helping. And the mothers would go working once their children reached the age of 3, and the children would go to the kindergarten. Everything started in a wonderful way. Even the directorate of the prison service promised some money, but then COVID came and everything stopped. And so it continues to be just a dream. We'll see whether we make it true, because we believe that it would be wonderful. It would be like a house halfway through to the civilian life, and mothers would learn much more for the life to live further on. And to conclude with, I want to play you this video.
Still.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Mrs. Kohotova, and we all may wish her a lot of success in this work and fulfillment of the dreams. We'll surely see you soon. Now we have an opportunity to ask questions. If you have any comments or questions that you would like to raise. Thank you. This presentation was really interesting and nice. I would like to go back to one practical thing. You said that in order to get in the program, the women have to meet certain criteria. And one of the criteria was to receive a positive attitude of the children care office. So how is it composed? Is that like a committee that would have representatives of the children care department, or is it just a matter of the prison? The committee consists only of specialists working in that department. There's a psychologist and pedagogic person, caretaker, and the director and the supervisor. So what we work with, what we receive on paper from the outside offices. If it is unclear, we contact this Office of Children Social Care to consult, but they are not members. What I have to say that this is never a problem because the children care department always recommends that. And would you appreciate it if this office becomes more active part, if they are physically present in your committee? I think that it's not really needed. The responsibility is yours, isn't it? You will bear the consequences. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much and a lot of success for the future.
A já poprosím k pultíku pana Tobiase Merkla se zkušenostmi z Německa.
So now is the time to welcome our guest from Germany, Tobias Merkle.
First of all, thanks a lot for the presentation. It was wonderful to hear what you are doing, and the picture showed that what you said in the beginning is true, that you do it out of love, and that's great to see. And I encourage you to keep on with your dream, that you will open the open facility soon. So I introduce our work in Germany to you with juvenile delinquents. So we are Prison Fellowship Germany, so we are a partner of Prison Fellowship here, and we have created an alternative to prisons for juveniles based on the APAC model. So it's a residential program for juvenile delinquents as the alternative to prisons. It's called Juvenile Prison in 3 forms. And the former Minister of Justice said we need an alternative next to the closed regime and the open regime prison with small group setting away from prison subculture run by an NGO in order to give better conditions for social learning and better start in life without crime. So most of our guys come from one juvenile prison. There's one juvenile prison in our state, and they do a very good work in the prisons. They have a lot of opportunities with school, with work education. They can learn a trade. But the problem always is the negative subculture. So it's not easy to work in that environment, it's the bigger a prison is, and the more close the prison is, the more power has the subculture. And therefore, it's not an easy environment to work in. So I have a lot of respect for the people who work in prison, as it's not easy to work in that environment. And yeah, our former prison director always said, the more open the prisons, the less subculture, and larger closed correctional facilities promote a subculture that is hostile to education with a certain inevitability, And therefore, I think it's very important that we all work together, that we are not opening big prisons anymore, but that we open small-scale detention centers. We are also members of Rescaled, as some others here, as Rubicon. And so we are part of a European movement to fight for small detention houses. So in Germany, right now, there are 6 programs like that, prisons in 3 forms. We run 2 of them, Leonberg and Leipzig. And in Leipzig, in Germany, it's a state thing, so every state has a different prison system. So in Saxony, the laws changed again, that now we can also take in adult offenders. And there are actually 2 other programs which run prisons in 3 forms only for adults. So that's great that laws can change. They can change in Germany, and I'm sure they also can change here. Yeah, what are our goal groups? So juvenile prisoners, 14 to 23-year-olds, or adult prisoners if they are under 23. And now in Saxony we can take in up to 30 years old. We can also take in guys who have pretrial detention, so to avoid that pretrial detention, or residence as a condition of probation. And most of our guys are with us for violent offenses. So they are committed into the normal juvenile prison, and from there they can apply to our program. We go into prison every week and introduce our program to the new guys who come in, and then they can apply, and then the prison staff, the prison governor decides whether somebody can come to us. And then they stay their whole prison sentence with us. Usually they come to us within the first 2 weeks of their prison sentence. So that's the property. As you can see, we don't have walls, we don't have fences, no locks, no bars, but it's still a closed regime prison in the sense that the juveniles are not allowed to leave the property. If somebody does 1 step out of the property without permission, he has to go back to the closed regime prison. So the security here is not through locks and bars, but the security is through relationships, through trust, through responsibility. And either I have to build a 7-meter wall or nothing. If I would build a smaller wall, that would encourage the juveniles, I can jump over it. But what they are not used to it, that we come towards them with trust. And that's a higher hurdle for many of them than if I would have walls. So, yeah, most of our guys have never experienced a real family life. And therefore we want to experience them, want to help them to experience that, so we take them into families. Up to 7 juveniles live together with a family. So the family lives on that side, and here lives the juveniles, but during the day the families and also the children are in the living unit. And through that they can experience family life, they can receive love and acceptance. And for many of them, they don't have experience to eat a meal together, to play games together. And it's also a totally different atmosphere alone because we have children there. So the children are, in reality, our best educators, our best staff, because through them the atmosphere changes. So if the guys come in, they are welcomed by a small little child, and the child doesn't care whether that's a criminal offender or whatever, he doesn't know. So they are welcomed, and through that also they know why we have certain rules. They know why we have the rule not to use street language, not to curse, and they accept it because they know they are an example for the juveniles, for the children. And you can also see who is the boss at the table, and that's great to see that they also respond to that and also take on responsibility. So yeah, we live together, we share life together, play together. So very important is that we can create a positive peer culture. As that is the main problem, why work in a big facility is difficult, because there's always a negative subculture. So our goal is to create a positive peer culture and where recuperandos are helping each other, where the participants help each other, take on responsibility for oneself, for others, for the whole group, and they also receive more and more status and freedom with positive behavior. So we also use the concept of confrontational pedagogy, confronting the offenses, but loving the offender. So if you start in such a program to close one eye, you have lost, because then the subculture will win over again. So you always have to confront negative behavior. But also the concept of confrontational pedagogy says it doesn't mean you should confront all day long, but it means that you give 80% appraisal and 20% confrontation, but it's important to when a new guy comes in, a guy that has been with us for a longer time, he's his buddy, he's his older brother, and he takes responsibility, he explains him everything. He explains the rules. If we would explain the rules as staff, it would go in here and out here again. But if one of the juveniles explains it, they listen. They want to belong to the group, so they look what the others are doing. And the juveniles also have the responsibility to give each other helpful hints. So if they see that somebody else does something what he shouldn't do, he has to come up to him and tell him how we don't curse here. And he explains it, why we don't do it. And then in the evening, we all come together and everybody stands up and goes in front and says, okay, I've received a helpful hint from somebody, I spit on the floor. And then two others explain it again, why we shouldn't do it. And then we have a second round where they give appraisal to each other, where they tell each other what went well during the day. And this reflection in the evening is very important, but for them it's very difficult. So far, if somebody has confronted them, there was only one answer. But also to confront others, to help the other person is a new concept for them, but at the same time, giving praise and receiving appraisal is new to many of them. So also it's important to give them responsibility for the group, for the behavior, but also they have areas of responsibility. That's also difficult in prison, at least in Germany. They are taking away all responsibilities. They don't have to cook, they don't have to clean, they don't have to do anything. Officially they have to work, but if they don't want to work, they are locked up in their cell and you can't do anything. So it's important to give them responsibility in order for them to learn responsibility. So we have individual sessions, individual counseling. We have also group discussions, but they are also led by a participant. So staff is there, but the staff just listens. And the role of the staff is to coach the participant, the group leader, and to prepare him and to talk with him afterwards, what did go well, what didn't go well. And again, they learn to help each other's problems. And if I tell somebody else, you can solve this problem this way, for one, the other guy listens much more than if I, as a staff, would say it. But also, if I tell somebody else, I'm telling it myself as well. And I'm learning through that process. So we also have the program Sycamore Tree Project, or Building Bridges, as it's called here. We call it Victim and Offenders in Conversations, where 4 to 6 victims meet with 4 to 6 offenders. They are not related, so they are not the actual victims of these offenders. But it's very important also for the victims. Many victims have nobody to talk about it, and therefore it gives them the chance to talk also suffering, to tell somebody their suffering story, and to confront the offenders, even though they are not their own offenders, but they can confront the offenders. And it also gives them the possibility to ask questions. Why did you do it? What happened? How do you choose your victims? Questions they cannot ask in front of the judge. So for many of them, it's a start or an ongoing of their healing process. For the offenders on the other side, it's often the very first time that they really think about what I have done to my victim. And for them, it takes 5 minutes and then it's forgotten. But that the victim suffers 20 years later, they can't even imagine. But then if they sit together with 6 victims and listen to their stories, that goes underneath the skin and that changes their thinking. Yeah, and oftentimes that's followed then by the wish to by the wish to have a direct victim-offender mediation. So we ask the victims if they want to meet with them, and then we have a direct meeting. We have a stage system. They can move up in stages, and through that they get more privileges, more freedoms, and also in the last 2 stages they can even go out in the community to a sports club or to a church or to a music club, so that they get used to liberty again and that they can be integrated into the community even while they are with us. We have a grading system, so they get grades every day in house duties, in school, in work, in sports, in punctuality, in social behavior, in quality of work. That's a lot of work. Every educator, every teacher has to sit together with them and do these grades, but it's very important that they receive feedback right away. If I would tell them a week later, I would have forgotten it and the juvenile would have forgotten it, and that's also a problem in our justice system. Often it takes half a year or a year until they come in front of the judge. They don't even know anymore what is he talking about. So it's important that they get feedback right away, that you have to work on this, that wasn't really good, or that was great, go for it, you're doing a great job. So most of them don't have a high school diploma, they dropped out of school, 5th grade or whatever, and so it's important that they can get their high school diploma with us. We have our own school, and it's a trade school, so they can learn a trade. Here our woodworking shop, and we always make things for customers, because if I would grade something and throw it away afterwards or build up a wall and throw it down, as it's often not possible otherwise in prison, it's very important that they see the customer is happy about it. And if they see the customer is happy, it gives them something back and it makes them proud, and they can see I have abilities, I have things I can give back to the community. And if somebody is standing on top of the roof, in Germany we always have a celebration when the roof is ready, then they can be proud of something, and they can be proud of something positive. For most of them, they have never been proud of something positive. They have been proud of many other things, but not of something positive. And that's important, that they can see I have gifts, I have abilities, and I can use them. So we have a metal workshop, and we have a landscaping, which is also great work, because you can see in the evening what you have done, but you are also tired and fall asleep at night, which isn't a bad thing. Also sports and leisure time activities are very important, so they know what to do with the leisure time, because idleness is always bad, and oftentimes crime starts also out of idleness, and therefore it's important to help them what to do with your leisure time. So we start at 5:45 with jogging. If you come and visit us, you are more than welcome to participate. Or it's also important that we do sports where they can also use their power, but in a positive way, in a respectful way. So we play rugby or judo, and we also go out to have outdoor activities. And there it's also important that they see I don't need drugs, I don't need alcohol to get a kick in life. If I do rappelling or go in the cave, I also get a kick, but without negative consequences. And many of them are gifted also in music or art or theater, and they probably don't even know it. So it's important to show them you have abilities and to train them to use their abilities. So they have done something to their victims, but they also have done something to community. So it's important for us that they also give back to the community. So from our center we go out to do community service. We have a graffiti fire engine where we take away graffiti with them, or environmental projects, or we'll go in the home for elderly and help there in order to give something back to the community. We are a member of Diaconia, and as staff we want to live faith by example. We have different things in our daily schedule, a time of silence or a daily impulse for the day, where somebody gives a thought for the day, counseling, or Sunday we have church service. It's voluntary basis, so they can choose between church service and ethics. So it's important for us that they think about what are my beliefs, what is my foundation. Most of the time we have more than 50% Muslims, also that they think about what are my values, what are my beliefs, just so they think about what it is. We take in anyone, no matter what faith or religion, and we just want them to help to think about what are my values. Family relationships are very important as well, so the families can come and visit twice a month, and also we have activities for the parents, we have workshops for the parents, we also visit the families twice. Now we are coming to the daily schedule and to the stressful part, and maybe also why not everybody wants to come to us. So we start at 5:45 with jogging twice a week, and then time of silence, and a full schedule until 10 o'clock at night. So they work during the day or go to school, all on the premise, and then the helpful hints, and then in the evening we watch the news, and then in the evening there's always a different program. So it's a very structured program, because most of them have never experienced structure in their life. So it's also important to include the community. We also learned that from APAC. So we have godparents who visit the guys and take care of them while they are in the center, but then also afterwards. Our volunteers, we work with churches, with public institutions. We have activities for the communities, so the community can also come into our center. We don't have walls, so anyone can walk through our property, but we also have a lot of activities to involve the community. And the volunteers or an institution like ours is always in danger to be an island. But through the volunteers, they are bridged into the community, so a lot of relationships also last over the sentence, so they last even when the guys are released. Aftercare obviously is very important as well. So for one, preparation, that they have work, and so far we can say that everyone except of 99% of the guys received a job afterwards. It's not easy, but they can do internships while they are with us. They can go out to do an internship for a job. And when they are able to do an internship, they got a job. Because a lot of employees today are not happy about many young people who don't know how to work 8 hours, don't have social values, and so on. And our guys have trained that for a year, and therefore they get the job. So they can always stay in contact with us. We have the godparents, we have different aftercare possibilities that they can live with families on the outside, and we understand each other as a lifelong support. We take them into families, and you don't kick somebody out of a family, so they are our family, and that's also important. Like we have one guy, he was in our program, actually it's him up here, and actually he left or he had to go back to prison because he didn't abide to the rules, but we offered him to look after him as well, and offered him aftercare. So he took the aftercare after he was released. He finished he's now a carpenter, and then he became a master of carpentry, and he started his own business, and he even gave jobs to other alumni, to other former inmates from us. And then 10 years afterwards, his marriage broke down, and then he stood in front of my door, and he lived with me for a while, and now he lives close by. And he told me if he wouldn't have known where to go, most likely he would have gone back to crime, even though he has been living for 10 years a good life without any crime. So therefore it's very important that they know they can come to us any time of day or night, but also any time in their lifespan, we are there for them. We receive the running costs from the Ministry of Justice, and then we have a lot of different other projects where we get donations in kind or sponsoring through companies or foundations or churches. But the actual program is financed through the Ministry of Justice. So that was our program for juvenile delinquents as an alternative to prison. In the last 20 years, a lot of other things established. And we try to do everything out of a lens of restorative justice. Restorative justice is an approach to justice that focuses much more on the victim's needs and repairing harm caused by wrongdoing while holding offenders responsible for their actions. If you are sent to prison, that has nothing to do with taking responsibility, with active responsibility. So for us it's important that they are held responsible, that they take on responsibilities themselves, but most of all also that the victims' needs are seen. And it can be best achieved when victims and offenders come together with somebody from the community and that they seek together a solution that brings healing, accountability, reintegration, and also prevents future harm. So we have developed a lot of different programs, and we try to do everything out of this restorative justice lens. So we have victim support services, we have prevention programs here, and we also have programs in prison. So for example, victim empathy program, we have developed it in our program, but now we are allowed to offer it also in prisons. So in 6 different prisons in our state, we offer it. So we have training units, and we help them to see what they have done to the victims. And then in Saxony, we also have been asked by the Ministry of Justice to do it, restorative justice programs in 2 prisons. So we have a 3-step program, victim empathy program, and then victim and offenders in conversations where unrelated victims and offenders meet, and then a direct victim-offender mediation. We also have groups in juvenile prisons, social competence training, victim empathy training, and aftercare. And we also have been asked by the Minister of Justice to run 1 unit in the prison, 1 house. So actually 2 living groups with 10 young men each. And so we try to live a positive group culture there and give them daily structure and do what we have learned in our program also inside prison. We also offer accompanied community service for people where the judge says you have to do a certain amount of numbers of community service, but we accompany it. So a staff of ours goes out with them, and whilst they work together, they talk about what happened, why did it happen, what do you want to change in your life, what do you want to do in the future. And I think community service next to victim offender mediation are 2 of the best things in our criminal justice system, because the offender has to take on responsibility. He has to give something back to the community, and he has to be active. So in Germany we don't really have a good victim support system. In about half of our states there are victim support offices, in the other half there are none, or at least not paid for. And therefore we also opened our own victim support offices where victim can receive assistance, can receive counseling to help them to go through the aftermath of a crime. Yeah, that was it. So thanks a lot.
Já moc děkuji panu Merklovi, bylo to opět velmi inspirativní. Teď máme možnost mu položit nějaké otázky. A já...
So, are there any questions? I will actually have one myself directly. So now is the time for questions, and I will pose mine to begin with. One of the key aspects that I saw at the beginning was the presence of a civilian family that lives there with the juveniles, which is an amazing idea. And I wanted to ask, how do you get these families, where do they come from? Are they working for you, with you?
Yes, they are employed, or one of the family members is employed, the other does it as a volunteer. And we just look for them, and we never had too many applicants, but we always had the right applicants at the right time. Obviously, it's a great challenge to take in 5 or 7 older brothers to your own children. Yeah, but also for the children, they have to share their parents, but at the same time, they always have guys who play with them. So also the families, which like most of them stay with us up 5 to 7 or 5 to 10 years. And also the guys, the families who left, the children always ask, oh, when do we take in guys again? It's boring now. Where are my older brothers? So it's great to see that it's an enrichment, but obviously also a challenge.
No to nepochybně. Děkuji. Kdo dál by se chtěl?
Thank you. Any other questions? I have a similar question. It was interesting to see how broad your activities are. And my question is, where do you find the people to do these activities? Are they more volunteers or are they rather employees?
Both. We have staff, we have employees, but we have also a lot of volunteers. Alone in that one center, we have about 100 volunteers. Some of them come and help once a year, but a lot of them come every week. Like on Monday nights, we have the leisure time activities, and so the juveniles can choose between going to judo, mountain biking, learning the guitar, learning piano, and we have volunteers doing all these services. So volunteers are a very important part of the program.
Děkuji, prosím.
I had a question just about the age limit going up to 30, I think you said at one point. What's the advantages and disadvantages of having the age limit go up to 30 rather than stop it at sort of 18? So in England, most of us at juvenile facilities are just up to 18, possibly 19. So yeah, I'd just be interested in what the benefits are of extending that age limit.
Right. So for us, it's a great opportunity. For one, we can take in more people. We can give more people a chance to be in part of our program. But also, the older guys give stability. So if you only have under 18 years, you have a lot of life. And but also, yeah, if you have older guys, they give stability. And obviously, that can be dangerous. So it can create a negative subculture if the older guys put peer pressure on them. But in such a small setting, we know very well what goes on. And it's a very positive setting. And therefore, also the older guys take on responsibility, and then they can be good role models for the younger guys. So for us, it's very good, as it gives much more stability as if we would only have the very young guys.
Tak myslím, že velmi... Prosím, tam ještě jedna otázka.
Hello, and thank you. It seems like at this point you have some great results that can kind of speak for the concept, but could you maybe share a little bit how it was at the early beginning, gaining support from the greater community and maybe people that are completely kind of unaware of the social impact of what you're doing, and how to kind of get them on your side, please?
Right. Obviously, in the beginning, it wasn't yeah, the neighbors didn't want us, and there was a lot of protest, and nobody wanted us to be in their backyard. Yeah, once we start, well, before we started, I went to all the neighbors personally and introduced them the program and told them what we are going to do. We had open discussions, yeah, where we invited all the community. But then the turning point was when we started, because then the people saw that their expectation didn't come true. So they expected that our guys stream around the area and everything is unsecure, but our guys are not allowed to leave the property. And so we have a very strict daily schedule and very clear rules. So anything they were afraid of didn't happen, and the opposite happened. That we give back to the community, we do community service, and also when they come to our premise, yeah, they are welcomed by anyone, also by the juveniles, and so they experience a totally different atmosphere than what they have expected.
Děkuji. Každý začátek je těžký.
Yes, every beginning is difficult. Just one last question.
I am very curious as to how do you pick the location of your units? Are they already established by your judicial system or the Justice Department? Or do you pick out populations in accordance with the demographics, the number of people in the community, small towns, small metros, large metros?
Right, so we have our own facilities, so it's not a government-owned facility. So the facility is owned by us. And our criteria is we want to be outside bigger cities, because in the city, obviously, it would be much more difficult for the juveniles if they hear the disco music. Yeah, it would be much more difficult. So we want to be outside the city, on the green area, but close to cities, because we want to have the relationship to employees, to churches, to sports clubs. We want the community involvement. Therefore, not inside a city, but close to bigger cities.
Tak já myslím, že velmi poděkujeme panu Merkel.
So now we can thank Mr. Merkel. And now I would like to give the floor to Hans Barendrecht.
Well, I hope you have some room left in your brains and in your hearts to receive my words. I'm the last in row before the coffee break. But I have only 7 slides and just one word for you to take with you, and that's the word transition. And it's maybe a little bit abstract, but it might help you to think not only in your own project, but in the whole society, what is going on. It's about transition on prisoners, first of all, but also very important, the prison system, and of course, the society. Well, the challenge is, well, as an NGO, we are not interested in recidivism and costs, etc. We are interested in looking for people to make them happy, to come at their destination. But if you go into the society, it's about tackling recidivism. It's about building a safer society. Of course, we are also interested in this, but mostly we are focused on how can we help people to become happy. Or the cost of crime related to crime. They are enormous, enormous. The police, the court, the prison, insurance, etc. So you can make a very good business case of this, what it costs, your project, what is the impact of this, and how much does it save the society. And last but not least, also being the system instead of blaming the system. I will come back later on this. So this is the call for transition. And transition, well, it's a hot word, so to say, in our society, and it is a structural change in society, a result of developments in our economy, the culture, technology, nature, environment, and of the public administration, and their interaction. I'm aware this is difficult to recall, so you may, well, forget it or read it later. But, well, as I also said, it's one of the topics of transition right now is energy, the way we talk about using fuel, for example, non-fossil, and we want to get rid of fossil energy. And working, COVID changed our world. What happened? It's going itself, it looks. I'm not in control. But this is maybe also what we need to learn, that it's not always possible to be in control, but to give trust. But also the way we work nowadays is totally different than, let's say, 5 years ago. Of our staff, we work with 700 people, and 650 are unpaid colleagues, our volunteers, but the rest who works, let's say 30 full-time equivalent, 50% of the time they work at home, and I think it is in Czech Republic the same. So it's also a transition to another way of working. And what I have learned from one leading guy in the Netherlands who is leading the energy transition, he said, if you want to explain to someone who is not known with transition, I always use this one, you are not in the traffic jam, but you are the traffic jam. So what you see there at the right, it's not, you phone, oh, I'm a little bit later, sorry, I'm in the traffic jam. But actually you need to say, I am the traffic jam. So take this also with you, because it's not easy to understand directly. For me, it also takes still, well, weeks and months, and every time when I write it down or look at it, okay, I'm a part of the problem, but also of the solution, taking responsibility. It's not only on the prisoners to take responsibility, but also for us as society. Then, now I make it a little bit more concrete. This is one of our meetings, our happenings inside the prison. So not in a hotel or in a church or in a nice place somewhere, but this is the meeting we had in our APAC facility. And this is the Director General, you'll see, and all kinds of people from foundations and business. And the facilitator was a prisoner who was serving the center, his sentence, and doing his time there. And it's so important that if we want to help prisoners to transform, to being transformed, it's important to be it on the place where they are. This is so important. We as society, we put people in the prison, and I'm also not an abolitionist. I used to work, I'm a lawyer, I used to work for several years at the Court of Appeal, so at the other side of justice. But I'm also convinced that if you want to change people, don't ask them too many questions, but go to them and be in the prison. This is so fruitful. We had our project, it's called The Company. This is the prison very close to Rotterdam, 450 places. And, well, I make this blue, but actually it was on this side. We had our wing, so this is the wing, with 30 cells. It looks very empty, but, well, there are some strict rules to see the pictures of the prisoners. So I have this one, although we will see some pictures. For example, here. We discovered 10 success elements, so to say. And the focus from the very beginning was on leaving the prison with a job. So everything what we organized was how to get a job. And also a prisoner who said, I want to participate in your program, we asked them also, are you willing to work afterwards in a job? And this is very, very important. It's also taking responsibility, not only responsibility personally, but also as a group. And we also find out in the 6 years we were possible to run this project, that it is so enormous important that also the group has responsibility. So every 2 weeks we were sitting down with the prisoners and my staff, without the people from the without the guards. So at the right side you see 3 people standing. It's one of my colleagues, it's a prisoner, and also the guards. And this also symbolizes the 3 parties working together for just one goal, the reintegration of this prisoner. But coming back to this point, responsibility, this guard, he is responsible for the safety in his wing, together with his colleagues. So they also share all kinds of information. He's not feeling well, he's not behaving well, and they have maybe some more information. There's also a lot of tension because what Toby has also said about the culture and the subculture, we were a small part of the prison, but they had also to work at the other side of the prison. So they also saw their old inmates. And there was also sometimes some tension or, well, you are a weak person, you must be very tough and don't go to such a project like that. So there's always tension, also tension of, because there was a lot of freedom on our wing, they had everyday possibilities to Skype with the family for 7 minutes. The doors were open from in the morning 7 o'clock till 9:30 in the evening. And also, last but not least, the courtyard, the place where they can have fresh air inside the prison, was also open till 9:30. So sometimes it happened that people throw over the wall a telephone, for example, or drugs, etc. So there was also, from time to time, pressure on our prisoners to be very helpful. But responsibility is very important because we can offer all kinds of things and we can try to control, but the most important thing is that they know they have something very precious and that they control each other and also make them accountable. Volunteers, it has been said over the last 2 days, and I fully agree, they are so important. They offer their free time during the prison and also after imprisonment. And they were guests at, as you can see at the lower picture, we are eating every day at 5:30, the meal cooked by the prisoners, and then my colleagues were eating there, but also the guards and the prisoners at one table. Well, we call it SOS course. It's the Sycamore Tree project. It's on victim empathy and also taking responsibility. This project is also important in keeping the job. Getting the job is one, and which is not that easy. But more important is how to maintain the job for endurance. And also this course is very important because in 8 courses you speak about what happened, and it was when our prisoners wanted to be in this project, we also said, yes, welcome, but this is obligatory, so you need to go through this course. And well, many people say, for example, yes, I have done some drugs deals and actually I have no real victim. Of course, you have victims. And also many prisoners, they will say, oh, my family, they are a victim of the system. I cannot see my children, my wife is at home, and the bills, etc. How can they pay? Well, it's not a victim of the system, it's a victim of your behavior. And it's good if people start realizing this. But also it is a fantastic help, a tool, by sitting down and to discuss all kinds of things instead of going away or using your fists. This one is also very important, my company plan. It's the personal business plan. When we started, and I visited in 2002 Itaúna, it was for me an eye-opener, and well, what I said yesterday, for 12 years I was thinking and lobbying on it. And then, well, we could start the program without any experience. So experience is not the most important thing. But what I discovered after 6 weeks or so, it looked like a holiday camp. Because, well, it was the prisoner said, I'm coming from the jungle to a very quiet place. Nice food, nice people, I can leave my room open, nobody is stealing this. The food is good, I have a Skype possibility every day with my family, I can say some nice words to my children, I can walk outside until 9:30. But then we said, okay, we're missing something, and this is that they are, it's not our project, it's not our plan, it is your opportunity for the new future. And this is very important, that it is not our project, but their responsibility. So then we developed a personal business plan, so to say, and this prisoner has to write down, what do you want to achieve? What are you dreaming of? How can we help? What about debts? What about housing? What about your family? All kinds of questions. And also in this company plan, the volunteer is very essential because he or she was every week sitting down, and then every month my colleagues, my paid staff also went through this plan. Then the restoration of relationships, briefly, for example, after 2 years we got the opportunity to invite also the mothers, the relatives, and the children on this prison wing, which was very unique. At the beginning they said, well, do I like to be that my wife is here, that my child is here, but it turned out to be fantastic also because, for example, small things with a great value, children could see that the drawing they made was really on the cell of daddy. Small things, but of enormous value. And that the women, they saw, okay, my husband is with good guys and not so she can sleep better and have more rest. The businesses in prison also very essential. Businessmen, actually every day there were visitors from outside, judges, probation services, and all kinds of visitors also from abroad. The volunteers, but also very essential, regular getting businessmen in the prison. And this is so, even if the businessman cannot offer a job, it is a very strong signal to the convict that somebody is interested in him and listens to him. And well, if it is a businessman who has never been in prison, he goes out in prison totally different with stories, and that not all the prisoners are bad guys. So he goes in his own network, and so we were able to give job to 90 prisoners. Education and training from us, but also from the prison. Mental and physical health. It also has been said yesterday by Valdeci. And then also the last thing, a small thing, but of enormous value. It's also from the literature, especially from the Good Lives model. You are not a number in prison, but it's human valorization. We call them by the first name. And it's funny, although we didn't ask the prisoners, but from time to time they came to us and say, this is the first time when I was in prison that really I feel being respected and uplifted as a person. Well, I can talk for hours and hours, but I think oh, wait, going back, this one. Yes. There was also two research on this project, one by the Ministry of Justice saying the methodology you are using and what you are doing, they synchronize, so it is good. And then also a second is called social return on investment. And that says that if you invest €1 in this project, it saves the community €3.20. Well, this is my last slide. Of course, if you are from here, you know this famous statue of the three saints, John, Ivan, and Felix, I believe. The prisoners are here. It's from the old ages. But I was reflecting on this during my walk on Wednesday, and how can this be a symbol of transition? It is on the bridge, so it might be bridging the transition. At that time, they were buying and freeing Christians in captivity. Now, this is not necessary nowadays, but I think some essential things in the society, and if you think about transition, solidarity and social cohesion, the good lives model, what I also mentioned, Tony Ward and Maruna, is so important. And also that we say the prisoner is one of us, is not the bad guy in prison, but it is one of our society. And what I said, recidivism is not a problem of the society, of the state, but of the society. Then I quote Thomas Halleck. I hope I pronounced it well. Thomas Halleck? Almost. It's precisely the transformations of transition, crisis and trials that challenge us to find new ways and possibilities for a deeper understanding and what is essential. So it's not easy, but I hope it encourages you a little, and also with the other stories, to continue with these things. So, well, it's not on the screen, but I had something in Czech. Děkuji za pozornost.
Please for a moment. No. Já myslím, že...
I believe that it was a very nice presentation. And again, are there any questions that you would like to ask? Good morning. I would like to ask, if you categorize clients for the program, do you have any minimum sentence that you would go so that the clients have time to go through the whole program? Is it like 6 months or 1 year, the minimum limit?
To share this, minimum is 6 months and the maximum 2 years. But we also had participants who stayed 2.5 years or 3 years. But the minimum was 6 months. Also based on the experience of APAC. And you know, the system cannot change. What has gone wrong in a lifetime, we cannot change it just in 2 weeks, or we have no miracle pill, so to say. So it needs at least 6 months. Thank you.
Děkuji. Ano.
One more question. If that person goes through APAC and then commits crime, can that person re-enter APAC, or is it just one opportunity and that's it?
No, I'm joking.
Very good.
Yeah. No, well, I figures of we had, well, it was also during the COVID, and the COVID was a very difficult time because we could not go to prison, and we could do it by live stream, but also a lot of new prisoners came in, so it's not really working very well. So the numbers I'm having is we had 124 participants and 90 for a job. 19 people were transferred during when we did the project back to a normal facility because they did not behave well. We had also the system of a yellow card, like in soccer. So the second yellow card is going back. And we are not the party who decides you have to go back. It's always together with the prison authorities who actually decide. Also, the prisoners themselves, the other prisoners, they also had a vote, more or less, in this. Not a formal vote, but informal. And after this project, they were going to an open prison, so working outside and sleeping in the prison. The weekend they were home, and out this 10 were replaced. And as far as we know, formally there was one participant who had recidivism. Yes, but people are always welcome. Yes, 70 cross 7. Thank you.
Good. Tak prosím, ještě někdo? Pokud ne, poděkuji.
If you don't have any more questions, I thank you, Hans, very much. And now it's time for our coffee break. However, I would like to ask you to stay on your seats for a little longer, because many of you went for the concert on Wednesday, and that included a song performed by a band called Napořád, and the name of the song is The Heart Behind the Wall. And a significant part of the lyrics has been composed or written by the children of convicts, and they also helped to perform this song. So we would like to play it for you again, and then we'll meet here at 10:50.
Bude pana Varel. Já myslím, jestli tady... Tak, má...
Ladies and gentlemen, after the coffee break, we can open the final section of our two-day conference with 4 speakers. The first being Mr. Valdeci Ferreira, then Dr. Prokopová from the Open Prison in Jiřice, then Andrea Matušková, head of the Probation and Mediation Service, and then Mrs. Lenka Ouředníčková from the Rubicon Center. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Valdeci Ferreira. After each presentation, there will be space for questions. Dobrý den, hello. So, hello. I've heard more optimistic responses so far. Let's try it a bit livelier. We have an opportunity to speak in more detail about 12 basic elements of our methodology. And I promise I won't speak longer than 3 hours. Before I speak about the 12 points, I'd like to say that we have a sort of triangle that supports our method, 3 pillars that maintain it: love, trust, and discipline. And the whole methodology is based on these. When we enter APAC, it's clearly visible that these 3 pillars are seen everywhere. They are present everywhere. They are an indispensable part of this method. Speaking about love, we don't speak about erotic love. We don't speak about love in the Philean sense, but we speak about love that overcomes all, that is patient, that tolerates. And I hope that this morning you will feel this love for me, and you will tolerate me, and you will be patient with me. So I can't speak about APAC without speaking about love. Because love overcomes time, love overcomes eternity, because everything else will pass. Everything is temporary. Only love will prevail. And that's the only thing that we leave behind us here on this earth. It is love that we can sow in other people's hearts. And we're convinced that in order to transform a human being, there's only one path. And that is, we have to be able to speak to their hearts. If we can't make it, if we're not able to do that, because we do not speak the language of love, and during those 50 years of APAC, we were able to see many devoted people who have sacrificed themselves to this mission, such as Fran de Castro, who was the president of APAC in San João de Castro. And he and Dr. Mario were important people, and this man was ultimately murdered. And yet he gave an extreme amount of love for the prisoners' good. And this is the love that I speak of, the love that has to direct our steps. In the first place, I'd like to convince people to choose our methodology based on the love that I express. When people ask me, what is my greatest difficulty in this job, I always say that the most difficult thing is to be coherent and never expect anything from someone that I wouldn't be able to do or to give myself. This love has to be the main engine of our behavior. But you also need trust. And in the APAC method, we base everything on this predisposition. Because the first thing that one loses when they enter the world of drugs and crime is trust. And it has to be, therefore, the first thing that we return to them when they enter APAC. It is very usual that in the world of crime and drugs, this person loses the trust of their family, of their parents, their siblings, their neighbors, authorities, and in conclusion, they lose the trust in themselves. So, of course, as part of the whole process, this restoration won't happen from one day to the next. But gradually, we are giving these people tasks and we are entrusting them. And in conclusion, we give them all the keys of APAC, from the cells, from the main gate. At this point, for example, we have more than 6,000 men and women who are convicted, and they're sentenced to sentences from 6 to 50 years of imprisonment, and yet they're holding the keys to their prison. Just briefly, I remember one prisoner who went through APAC in Itaúna. His name was José de Jesus, and he was the greatest challenge that we've had, because this man's sentence was 56 years. And he's served, or he's actually had 12 escapes behind him. He was extremely bold, and when he came to APAC, all the other recuperandos were afraid of him because they didn't know, or they didn't think that this guy could actually go through APAC successfully. And I remember that after a week, the judge called me to ask, well, how is José doing? What's his behavior? And I told him, well, yeah, he's okay. And another 2 weeks have passed, and the judge asked me again, so how is he doing? And I said, yeah, everything's fine. And each time when I encountered José in the closed regime, I always saw a sad man. Contrary to the others, to the other members of the community, José was always sad, closed. And I asked him one day, José, aren't you happy? Aren't you glad that you are serving sentence or serving time in APAC? And he said, no, I'm not happy. So why are you sad then? Why aren't you happy? You've been given an opportunity. And he said, because when I came to APAC, they told me that in APAC, you trust people. But from the moment that I've been here, I didn't feel this trust. Wherever I go, everywhere there are 2 to 3 recuperandos who are watching me. So I'm constantly under surveillance. And I found out that it's actually true, because one of the rules is true that recuperandos are helping each other, so they are actually watching over each other, and it's a form of care. So I told him that something during the first 30 to 60 days we don't do. And so I said, so I can trust you, José? And he says, yes, you can trust me. Okay, José, so I'll give you the keys to the main gate. And he was almost scared. He freaked out, it's true. And the next day, he really took the position of the warden at the gate. And when I came to the APAC at 8 a.m., José was there, and he looked like a gentleman. He had shoes, he had a white shirt with long sleeves, he was standing straight, and he was completely different. He changed from one day to the next. He opened the gate, and there's a rule there that the gate, only one gate, has to open until the other one closes. And he really took his task very seriously. And the next day when I came, and José de Jesus was there, and the third day, and so on, and I started being nervous a bit, because I told him, well, José, you're 56 years of sentence, you've 12 escapes behind you. How come that you didn't run away? And he said, it's the first time that someone actually trusts me. And it's the trust that I'm speaking of now. José de Jesus went even further, because he said, it's the first time that someone trusts me, and it's also the first time that someone loves me. And no one is going to run away from love. And this first sentence, no one can run away from love, is written on the wall of each APAC nowadays. It has become a topic of one photograph exhibition in Rimini, in Italy, where it was presented. It was also presented in Madrid and in the United States. So the exhibition has actually gone through various capitals of various countries. No one can run away from love. And our method is also based on discipline, strict discipline. And that's what we're based on. Without discipline, there's no correction. Behind every crime and delinquency, there's always the absence of internal discipline. Absence of internal rules that usually prevent us from committing a crime. When these 3 pillars are missing, love, discipline, and trust, then it's very difficult to be successful in enforcing our method or introducing it, running it. I remember one recuperando with whom we've had quite a difficult time. Once after a meeting, we came to the conclusion that he has broken the rules, and for breaking the rules, the punishment was that they would be locked up in a cell for 10 days. In APAC, those who are locked up must not be just in a cell. They have to attend lectures, they have to work, and they only sleep in the cells. So I told Leandro, that was his name, I said, you're going to be in the cell for 10 days. And he left the room all nervous because he didn't accept that And parents know very well it is difficult to choose a punishment and how to build up discipline in children, because the punishment has to be appropriate. It cannot be too low, it cannot be too high. If it's too easy, the child will not repair. If it's too strict, the child will rebel. And I understood that 10 days in a cell, although the cell would not be locked, where the punishment was that they have to remain in the cell, although the cell is not locked. If they would walk out, they would get another punishment, and in 10 days, the punishment was over. And then I spoke to Leandro, because he came to me, and I asked him, well, Leandro, what do you need? And he said, I don't need anything. I just wanted to thank you. And I said, what do you want to thank me for? I can't remember that that did something for you. And I said, I wanted to thank you for this 10 days of punishment, because if I had a father in my life and a mother in my life who would have set some boundaries for me if I did something wrong, then I would probably not be here behind bars. I wouldn't be convicted for 17 years. So in 10 days, I decided that from now on, it will not be necessary for someone to set me boundaries, because I will be setting the boundaries to myself. So this is how it works: love, trust, and discipline. That's what has to be always present in our method. Contrary to the regular system, which usually isolates people, when speaking about resolving crime and violence, they see the solution in building new prisons that are far from cities. They have high walls, and all problems which society should participate in, or in their solution, there's very little space for any measures and alternatives, because there are thousands and thousands of people who are locked up in prison in various countries in the world who actually could have an alternative punishment, who could be beneficial to society. But unfortunately, until today, our authorities did not understand that imprisonment worsens the situation. So in our APAC, from the first moment when the person comes in, they become part of the community within APAC. They also become part of some production units that work within APAC. There are some trainings involving private companies and other outside entities. We invite various spiritual leaders from different churches to APAC to make APAC a center and not an end, to make APAC a solution. It won't help if a person works well in a closed regime or semi-open regime if the person goes out and doesn't find a job, doesn't find a space to come back to in a company, for example, or a community. So in Brazil, we have an article of the penal law which says that the state has to cooperate with the communities in order to re-socialize people. And this article of the law is something that we support very strongly. It's really important to find in individual countries' legislations legal support for what we do.
recuperando helps to another recuperando. That's the principle. It's clearly given that there are values which are part of the life within the community or also within the society. And for that reason, we always try to help our recuperandos to live within a community, and it's not always easy. The biggest difference of APAC is that there are no control elements, which means guards with weapons. But what I should say, that there is another big difference, that there might be coexisting people in one cell, such as a drug dealer and drug user, and someone who robbed a bank, and pedophilic person. In most of other countries, they have internal rules that won't allow these people to mingle or to meet in one cell. And we always try, well, each cell has got a leader, cell leader. And we believe in the principles of honesty and solidarity. We also have a council, the purpose of which is the organization and distribution of activities and the discipline, and it also helps us with the safety issues. And this is one of the greatest secrets of APAC. That's a model of controlled management, a shared management, sorry. When the management is controlled by the employees, but it's a tiny group, it's basically just administration. But then there are volunteers and recuperandos. So it's like three components of that gearbox, so to speak, and they have to work in harmony, synchronized. Imagine that in COVID times we had APACs in which for more than a year neither employees or volunteers could enter the closed regime. And that closed regime still worked without mobile phones, without violence, without illegal drugs, without personal attacks, and without escapes. Everything worked only because of honesty and solidarity. We had APACs in which teams had to be reduced down to 10% because all the others had to work from home. And that way, well, APACs ended up being in the hands of recuperandos most of the time. So this is just to document how important it is that if you enter APAC, or if they enter APAC, they help each other. There might be old and ill people, but there will always be someone that helps them. And it's a wonderful thing to see if you enter APAC and you see one recuperando shaving an ill recuperando or helping an elderly recuperando to the shower or feeds him. So these are the small gestures that make a huge difference in APACs. Work is also very important, and it's compulsory. Every day there is a working program. Different program can be found in the closed regime, semi-open and open regimes. The work purpose is different in each regime. In the closed one, the purpose is that people work with their hands. And it's the time which is part of the cure for them. They make ceramic items, build mosaics, or do landscaping. and it's a good time of self-reflection for them. They produce items that can be sold, and this way some of them find their own potential or the talent that they have. We work with chromotherapy, which means we work with colors, and it's a certain form of therapy for them. People can realize that the hands that committed crime, hands that held guns, that they sold drugs, are also able to produce beautiful things. When it comes to the semi-open regime, the point is that convicts should be professionalized. And the reason is that most of them never had any occupation previously, and at that stage we try to help them to find a professional craft. They go through various courses to get ready for receiving a specialized work. We cooperate with businesses that support us in this. And the last open regime, the point is that they go working outside. They leave APAC in the morning and come back after work. Another of the 12 points is spirituality. I already said that spirituality does not equal religion. Spirituality is the core component of APAC. Originally, we focused mostly on religion, but after 20 years, we realized more and more that each person has his or her own needs. And that's important to realize. It's true that in Brazil, most population are Christian, but there are also other groups. And for that reason, we radically changed our methods in the area of spirituality. The reason is that you can't explain to someone that God is love if they have not experienced love previously in their lives. You cannot speak about God and love if the recuperando was left by his family. So for that reason, this spiritual aspect has always been very important for us. And we extended it into other countries and also to countries where religion does not play such a vital role of life. We try to explain to recuperandos that there is something that goes beyond us, that extends us. It doesn't have to be God necessarily, it can be anything. But the point is that there are certain values that help us to live better lives. Values such as solidarity, unity, brotherhood. And obviously, this is actually based on religion or faith. So we try to work with each individual in the wholeness of his integrity. There are studies that say that each human needs to have a spiritual meaning or sense. Obviously, we have religious activities, but they are absolutely voluntary for each recuperando. Then we have lectures of the human value or the value of a human being, and these are not voluntary. They have to be attended by everybody. One of the pillars is the legal assistance. 95% of prisoners are poor people and don't have money for hiring a lawyer. And the legal system does not always work well. And I believe that the legal assistance is a very important element of the APAC method. And the reason is that each convict has his or her rights. They have the right to study and so on, but unless they have a lawyer who would help them to reach these rights, it won't work for them. So for that reason, we also pay attention to the legal assistance. It's needed especially for those people who wouldn't be able to get this assistance out of their own means. Healthcare is another pillar of our method. If a convict comes to APAC and it's not really healthy, they cannot be okay mentally if they suffer physically. Many convicts have psychological problems or mental problems, and the Brazilian prisons have this as a very frequent phenomenon, especially in Latin America, not in Brazil only. And when these people are in prisons with overcrowded cells, terrible food, full of violence, all these things make the situation even worse. And when they come to APAC, we need to work with them, provide health care for them, psychological support, medication. And if they are drug addicted, we also have to deal with that issue. Most of recuperandos are drug addicts. And when they come to APAC, it's frequently the first time in their lives when they have some room, that they appear in an environment which is drug-free, and that helps them to set on the right way. Human dignity, that's, as a matter of fact, it's a foundation of the APAC method. Previously, it was mostly religion, but today we speak about human dignity. We want to believe that this aspect is universal for the whole world. Well, human dignity is something that everybody wants. In the past, some of the countries were searching for an alternative to APAC method, because there were prisons that were built on religion, but it's difficult in different countries that are secular countries. It was difficult for them to understand the meaning of APAC. So for that reason, we replaced religion with human dignity. I remember a particular recuperando with whom I was in the dining room, and I thought that his hair was always crazy or wild looking. After several days, I went to see him and said, "Well, Dennis, don't you have a comb to comb your hair? Because it's always like a bird nest." And he said, "Well, we need to talk." So we spoke for 2 hours. He told me that when he committed crime and killed a taxi driver, he was from a nice family, organized family. His mother was a painter, fine artist. And some of her paintings were even displayed in museums. And he said he could not look in the mirror. Each time when he looked in the mirror, he could see a monster, the monster, the murderer. And he knew that he destroyed the whole career of his mother, because after the crime, his mother never painted again. So the fact that people lose their dignity in prisons is a large problem. And we are trying to help with this issue in APACs, helping them to rediscover their values, to experience the feeling of being loved, to give and receive love. When they come to APAC, the first thing we do when the police hands a recuperando over to us, we sign the acceptance of the convict, and we remove the handcuffs. And there's an inscription or a facade, and it says that you will get the handcuffs again if you apply for that. People don't have to walk around with handcuffs and hands behind their back, because that's the most typical case in prisons, that they have their hands behind the back and the head looking down. And we always say you can raise your head and get rid of the handcuffs. And it's interesting that many of those recuperandos have a problem with that. For a week, they cannot walk straightened up, because in a standard prison, they always had to walk around with the head down. But if you walk with your head down, you look only at your feet. And it's really a limited world if the only thing that you see is your own feet. Here, or with us, with all APACs, we free everybody of the handcuffs and tell them, raise your head and look straight ahead of you, because that way you can be more open. Then we give them normal clothes. They give us their uniforms. They get sneakers and use normal civilian clothes. So that's our process. How it starts, giving the person back their dignity. They also lose the numbers that they had in prisons. We call them by first names, not by numbers. Because that's another aspect of returning their identity to them, which again builds the dignity or the human value. So the point is to help them to realize what they have done, that they are guilty of committing crime. When they come, they see the family, they see the judges, they see the society. And the point is that they receive responsibility for what they have done. But another point is that they decide to quit crime. It doesn't happen in the closed regime. Later on, they start studying some skills, and this gives them an opportunity to live a new life. But the point is, what's important, quit crime, quit abusing drugs, and start new life. Family cannot stay aside. We have various statistics, and one of the roots of criminality or crime is family. A picture of father and a mother, just to give you an idea. Up to 98% of our recuperandos have a negative view of their parents, or they see a blurred image of the father or mother, or both of them. With some of them, they see someone who replaced the parents in the parental role. And 90% of these people have a problem with the parents. And 70% have problem with the picture of a father. So it's thousands and thousands of young people who are actually orphans of parents that are alive, but still feel like orphans. Those people who never met their parents, they were abandoned, or people who experienced very bad experience of being refused. When I took notes for this lecture, I remember Arizio, a youngster who got to APAC and was abandoned in such a way. Picture his parents put him in a shoebox and left him in the street. Imagine that.
This young person, I remember I spoke to him and he said, "I'm not loved. My father left me, my mother left me." And so within this topic of family, we are really putting great effort into the family concept, returning to these people. We have various activities. We even support projects abroad in Germany, where there's a program that enables children of the recuperandos at the end of the year to receive school uniforms or school materials, because it's really sad when someone is a child of a prisoner, because such children are often bullied at schools. They are really stigmatized because of their parents being imprisoned. And so I'd like to thank for all the support of PFI in these areas. In the women's APACs, women are abandoned by their families. In the male APACs, it's not the case. There are mothers, wives, sisters. But in female APACs, there is a minimum number of women who are visited by their families. So they're completely deserted. And I would really like to praise the work that you've introduced here in the morning, this loving work that you do for these women and for their children. I would really like to publicly praise it here and thank you for doing this. This beautiful experience is something I will definitely try to transfer to Brazil. Volunteers. As Hans mentioned, and the Czech speakers also, they are the soul of APAC. A volunteer is an amazing thing. They come in smiling. They are people who are employed somewhere. They have their salary. And just like that, without any payment, any reward, they come voluntarily. And when I ask you, what does it mean to love? I'll say love is to care for the happiness of others. Because it's a commitment to such happiness, because we want the world to be better, we want our country to be better, we want everything to be better. And each time we praise but just one soul from prison, the whole humankind is going to be better that way. So I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart for all the effort that you all devote to this topic and mission. And let's hope that in the future we will be able to continue in this work, because it is certainly very beneficial for the society. It's an act of the heart to take care of people who are considered the trash of society, because there are people who felt rejection very strongly. These people are perceived as society's trash, as this rotten meat that is useless and lost. Very often people say, you're going to visit someone in prison? Why'd you go there? It's a loss of time. For many people, our work is the loss of time, because we work with these people who are considered human trash. It is the mission of humans and the fundament of humans to love and to be loved, or to want to be loved. And if someone who wanted to be loved experiences rejection instead, from their cradle to the grave, they will be craving love. When we miss oxygen, we will suffocate and die. But if you don't experience love, it suffocates your soul. We're dying in a way. And in our prisons and in APACs, there's a whole army of men and women who are hungry for love. And all those who work in our prisons and all volunteers can express this love even through small gestures, and this love would contribute to a change. We have a Center for Social Reintegration. As you can see in the pictures, you've seen some parts in the conversation with the three men yesterday. You've seen the video, and the video was actually from the Reintegration Center. Another point is called merit. We have a framework that evaluates the discipline of everyone at each APAC. And so at the end of the month, the recuperandos get a table with points, and they select the model recuperando. They select the person who cleaned the best and the worst, who was the most hardworking. And it also documents all the breaks of the rules, the mild digressions are or take up about 80%. So it's perhaps if someone is late for work or for a lesson, or don't make their bed, or don't clean up their locker. So they will get yellow points, and then they won't be able to participate in leisure activities or watch TV or something. medium serious digression is stipulated by the staff, and the worst transgressions have the greatest punishment, of course. There's also the journey towards freedom. It's a 4-day meeting where we also focus on the experience of loving and being loved, of realizing what one has committed, and based on this loving experience, a person can start making amends, perhaps even cooperating with the victims. The 3 that we've spoken to yesterday were in Ponza Alegre, APAC, which is where this journey started.
Are we living in a time of change, or are we living in a changing of time? Facing pain, crime, indifference, and individualism makes it impossible not to ask ourselves, is it possible to believe in the human being? Is there an explanation for criminality? Are there solutions for the serious problems which frighten families and the whole society? In this arena of daily war between the good and bad, love, trust, and discipline triumph. Men and women who served crime, hate, and death now are looking forward to an individual aim of recuperation and changing of life.
The APAC's objective is recovering the convicted, and the second, more important, protecting the society.
Having clear objectives in favor of the civil organized society, the APAC, Association of Protection and Assistance to the Convicted, was born. The APAC looks forward to fulfilling the law concerning the rights and duties of the convicted person. APAC is not a hotel, but a prison. There, with a daily routine starting at 6 a.m. and finishing at 10 p.m., with mandatory work and studies, the convicted people produce and follow up strict disciplinary criteria. They can learn a profession. Their sentence does not change. They are the ones responsible for their alimentation, hygiene, and cleaning up, with different tasks divided among them. The excellent results like recidivism reduction, low-cost maintenance, absence of violence and rebellion, and others contributed in order to convince all the authorities to support the expansion of the APAC's movement. Families are reconstructed, receiving back their children. Fathers and mothers are back home. The communities receive back their citizens, messengers of peace, because the community participated effectively through volunteer work and private help, giving their assistance and support for the ones who served their sentence. In the APAC, thousands of condemned people built back their lives, finding out its true meaning again.
I was one of the first condemned people who went to APAC. In São José dos Campos, the first APAC. I served my sentence there for 8 years. Everything APAC gave the prisoners, I mean love, care, and dedication, I received. I left APAC sure that I had killed the criminal inside me. I went out and built a family. I work honestly. Currently, I am working FEBAC as a methodology inspector. Through my life testimony, I am leading my brothers and sisters who serve their prison sentence to believe that it is worth changing their lives.
The FEBAC, Brazilian Fraternity of Assistance to the Convicted, which is a legal non-profit organization, was created with the goal of keeping the APACs together in Brazil and advising APACs abroad. FEBAC also guides, assists, supervises, and ensures the faithful compliance of the APAC methodology.
The goal of FEBAC is consolidating existing APACs and developing strategies for implementation of the APAC method in all districts of Brazil.
FEBAC, together with other partners, promote congresses, seminaries, and workshops aiming the capacitation of the convicted people, the workers, volunteers, and authorities. FEBAC is affiliated to the Prison Fellowship International, the United Nations advisory body on prison matters. The principles that northern the FEBAC's mission are spirituality, ethics and transparency, tolerance, humility, welcoming, compassion, resilience, competence, and knowledge.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're slightly behind, but we still can squeeze in one or two questions if you have any. I can't resist, so I will ask a question. Yesterday, you presented a very interesting number concerning recidivity, which was very low, below 20%. How do you monitor this rate, and in what sort of time? The whole period after the recuperando leaves the prison, or in a period of 1 year, 2 years? How do you measure that? Once a recuperando leaves APAC, whether it's conditional or whether they go to home prison, or whether they did their time completely. So we monitor them for 5 more years and measure the rate of recidivity. So all this is included. In that case, the numbers are really impressive. So one more question. I was fascinated by the story of that man who escaped 12 times, and then he ended up being one of the guards or door openers. how come that this was allowed to him with that history? The reason was that he fulfilled the 4 criteria. Number 1, he has to be convicted. Number 2 is that his family must live close to APAC. That was another criterion. Number 3 is he has to apply in writing. He wants to be, he stay in APAC. And the criteria number 4, that he has spent some time in a standard prison, conventional prison. So he met all those 4 conditions. And he was allowed to enter APAC. And the door is open for everyone in APAC. It doesn't matter what sort of a crime these people have behind themselves, what sort of faith they are, of their ethnic origin or anything. The door is open for everybody. Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Schubertova to take the floor in her presentation. Good morning. I think that in the last 2 days, a lot has been said, and mostly a system was introduced that's been working for 51 years. Now I'd like to present a system that's been working only 6 years. But from my point of view, I believe that it's efficient. Open Prison is the title. On the 1st of November 2017, a new pilot project was open, an open prison, where we received first convicts. In 2019, a decree of the general director was updated, and the project was turned into the standardized program as the outgoing department as the open. So we are part of the standardized program of the prison service. Our open prison, that's a place for convicts that were put in the guarded prison with a low level of guarding. The capacity is 32 people. If we keep the 4 square meters per person based on hygienic rules, and if the decree reduces these 4 square meters to 3, we would have capacity up to 48 people. We try to apply human elements of treating the convicts. So this is what our premises look like. They were built in an extremely short time, around 4 months. That's a container style of houses. But when we built them, we tried to make them as similar to a civilian environment as possible, because we believe that the environment affects the perception of every individual. This is the interior. You can see that this accommodation consists of a meeting room or shared room where the convicts eat together. They have their fully equipped kitchenettes, and they receive the food 3 times a day. And on top of that, they can make their own food in their self-supporting activities. They can buy the foodstuffs within the premises. we care a lot that they learn the skills of self-supporting. So they have to wash their clothes, iron them, so that we don't provide any textiles like in hospitals or other prisons. This is a typical room or bedroom. There are 2 people per room, and always 2 rooms have one shared sanitary facility, which is a bathroom and a toilet. What is the purpose of our project or this standardized program? Number 1 is to create conditions for better independence or competency of the convicts when dealing with the issues of everyday life. This means that our activity wants to enhance or support their responsibility and their social competencies, among others. The self-supporting activities, that's something I already mentioned. We focus on these mainly for the fact that many convicts, when they leave the prison, have a problem with no place to go to, no family background, and they have to find a way how to support themselves. Development and maintaining work competencies. We all know that we get younger and younger people in prisons. Frequently, it's people only with basic education, with absolutely no working skills or competencies. So our goal is to develop these competencies. All our convicts go to their jobs or work, and typically they work outside our premises, so they work mostly on the lands of this open prison, typically growing plants or taking care of animals, increasing their professional skills, which is another goal. We try that those that have just basic education, that they should requalify during their time, or at least qualify, which means to gain certain skills, requalification course or something like that will simplify their situation in looking for a job. Criteria for acceptance. Convicts that have at least 6 months before the end of the sentence, and maximum is 18 months, which is ideal time so that the convicts can go through the whole program as we designed it. The program is divided into 3 phases: adaptation, central and closing phase, the outgoing or exit phase. Each phase has certain goals that the convict needs to meet in order to proceed to the following phase. The convict needs to be healthy, to be able to work. As I said, all of them have to work, and plus they have to work within the premises, so we cannot receive people who are disabled or that will be permanently incapable of working. The convicts in their last 6 months must not have any serious violation of the rules. By that I mean the whole day putting in a closed cell. Another criterion is that the convicted must be motivated for a problem-free doing their time in this open prison. They have to be active in the program, they have to be assignable to work, and they have to be motivated for non-criminal way of life. Those that we can receive must not have positive tests on psychotropic or alcohol, or basically illegal drugs and alcohol. Those who want to go for the program must accept their guilt and be aware of being that they have committed crime must not deny that. Contraindications: if they refuse to cooperate, if they are not able to get involved in the activities of our program, or if they are passive as to the program, or in a material way they violate the standards, or they frequently or repeatedly have to be sent back from work for not working properly. In the 6 years, we excluded 39 convicts for serious violation of the standards. That's typically people who cannot bear the responsibility or certain pressure that they have to be exposed to, and they abuse drugs or come back from work being drunk. That's the typical violation of the rules. The methodics or methodology. When we designed this methodology, we were inspired by the Northern system, Scandinavian system, but mostly by experience we collected during the times we worked for the prison service. The methodology has clear criteria and rules and includes keeping or fulfilling the program that, as I told you, we have 3 different phases with different goals that the convicts need to achieve. There's this application of intensive personal interventions like self-coaching and so on. That's the 3 methods that, or includes 3 methods that we use a lot because the convicts are in other words, they have to set their own goals that they want to achieve, but obviously they set their goals under the supervision of a therapist or specialist, because these are aware of his risks or her risks and know that what they have to be aware of. But we still believe that if someone sets the goal for himself or herself, it's easier to achieve those goals than if we prescribe something, you have to achieve this. Then the methodology includes the training for responsible behavior and independence, supporting the protective factors, continuous preparation for the release from the prison, and that's where I should point out that we cooperate with NGOs or cooperate with projects that are run by NGOs, and we are implementers of those programs. This is, you can see our garden, because we have 2 zones, animal keeping and plant growing. So this is the plant growing zone where we grow plants and vegetables, fruits. It also includes a decorative garden that the convicts also are in charge of. In substance, this growing and maintenance, it's under a specialized supervision of a trainer who's responsible for leisure time activities. These specialists try to share their skills and knowledge so that the prisoners can grow something back at home once they get home. This is part of the decorative garden. Now it's grown up, so this is still sort of bare. But the decorative garden works not only for relaxation of the convicts, but we perform various out-of-the-prison activities, like the day with the child, day with the family, thanks to the PFI. But this also serves the convicts from the medium and high guarded level, that when approved by the director of the prison, selected people can be visited by their families outside like this. And this is the animal keeping part. We have a llama in the prison, that's a Charlie, like a mascot of our. Then we have rabbits, hens, chicken, kangaroos, peacocks, which means we also have utility animals. That's like the rabbits and chicken. So everything is taken care of by the convicts, and the products, that's something that they can use themselves. So in practice, what it looks like, if the convict goes to work, before they go to work, they have to take care of the animals. Then they go to work, and when they come back, again, they have to take care of the animals if they go for the program of animal keeping. So these are the chickens, peacocks, and rabbits. I have to say that the animals work perfectly as an element of therapy, because like in case of rabbits, they are frequently visited not only by the convicts, but also by the staff or the employees. This is our therapeutic room. The rooms are rather small. In those 6 years, we discovered that we would need much more space for the specialized care for the convicts. But like this furniture, it's something that the convicts build themselves out of industrial pallets. So this is used for the therapist for individual talks. A little bit of statistics. In those 6 years, we had 260 people, 191 were released out, whether on the fixed or the conditional release. Out of the 191, 159 got successfully reintegrated, which means that's people who have families, they work, haven't committed any further crime, and 36 recidivists, which is 16.8%. So from my point of view, it's a great success. However, we are talking about penological recidivity because we monitor the prisoners or convicts who got back to prison. So we don't know about those who got who were penalized differently, not by prison, but by, let's say, by a financial fee or penalty. So 38 people were forced to leave our prison. So in real life, typically they come back drunk or on drugs. So we have a rule that if someone is on alcohol, they get 20 days in the special department of disciplinary punishment. They go directly there. And then there is a proposal going to the medium level of guarding. At the same time, there's a proposal for visits going through a glass, basically, like typical in prisons, and they have to leave the work outside. So someone might say that it's too harsh, but if we want to support the responsibility for their own behavior, we believe that the limits must be clearly defined. In our open prison, every person gets only one chance. They can go through this program only once. If they commit another crime, that person cannot go to the open prison again. We cooperate a lot with external entities. We have several reintegration projects with NGOs or associations like the volunteers, volunteer employment, volunteer work, help to the young, or We Don't Make a Difference. All these projects focus on helping to find jobs, extending qualifications, requalification, and the problems with debts. Projects with the International Prison Fellowships. One is very popular, and it's this Building Bridges project. It's currently running in our prison, but in the fixed part, not in the open part. As I see it, it's very emotional. And the feedback we get from the convicts is it's sometimes unbelievable what it does with people. As I said, a day with a child, that's something we implemented thanks to the Prison Fellowship International already repeatedly. Additional projects to reinforce family links, the projects Here and Now and Volunteer Family. I should also mention that we do our best to support keeping or re-establishing contacts with the families. We hardly ever realize visits in prisons. Our convicts, if they follow the program as it is set up, they are allowed to spend up to 24 hours with their families in free visits, as we call them, and once in 3-4 months can interrupt their sentence for 5 days and spend those 5 days with the families.
These are pictures from our day with a child in our beautiful garden. What has proven to be working? The application of a regular daily life model in prison. We get up in the morning, we go to work. When we return, we have our duties with our families, our house, any other duties, and we try to show this to the convicts. We don't have any regime measures, so our convicts get up to go to work according to their needs. So if they have to leave for work at 6 a.m., then it's their thing whether they get up at 5 or 5:30. They set their own alarm clock. They leave for work. When they come back, they fulfill the activities, which means they either have some educational activities, or they have therapy, or they work within the premises. The educators are telling me that everyone's asleep at 9 p.m. because they never used to be so busy, and now they're working, or they're being educated, or they're undergoing therapy, and that means they're pretty tired at the end of the day. When I spoke about requalification and qualification courses, this is another thing that has proven to be working well. Everyone who leaves our prison gets contacts, and we want them to let us know where they started work. And it's really nice when a convict comes to visit us in 6 months or 1 year to tell us they're working, their family is with them, they come to thank us. They thank us that we've managed to help them to get a profession, because they have many more possibilities on the labor market, and they've got chances to work and have a life. Of course, the cooperation with NGOs has been working well, because NGOs can reach and manage various challenges, but also various grant schemes from the Norwegian funds or the EU, which we cannot. And through this, I would really like to thank the NGOs, because without them, we wouldn't have our requalification courses and many other things. What has been working also is the individual and intense work with the convicts, because thanks to the individual and intense cooperation, we can react to various risks that they may be facing, and we can also endorse their positive sides. We're of the opinion that various activities are good for the convicts, but each of them are varied and different. They have different areas of risk, which means that from our point of view, one needs to react individually to each person's needs, and they need to work on different things. Very often, we encounter the opinion that the number of convicts has an unusual ratio of staff, that there are too many of them, but we do need to work with them. They have so much to do, our staff. They barely manage to do it all within their working hours. What else is working well? The environment that you could see in the photographs, and I've got one last minute to go. So the environment influences a perception's feeling. We wanted it to look more like a family type of environment. The convicts don't have a problem with violence against each other. What I absolutely have to tell you, and that's a project called The Paw in Hand, which we have where we inspired ourselves in the US, and we are socializing future guide dogs. For 6 weeks, we get 2 puppies. Each puppy is taken care of by 1 convict and 2 helpers, and they are with us until they're 1 year of age. They are there to get to use the people. We teach them to use the metro or the tram. We teach them they must not go into water because otherwise they could lead a blind person to water. And we managed to connect 2 worlds of the handicapped and the prisoners. The project has various dimensions, and one important dimension from my perspective is that the convicts, when they get a puppy and they have them for a year, then at the time when the dog leaves and the convict can really feel the feelings of a victim because they're losing someone they love. And we're giving them thus the possibility to feel what a victim may be feeling. Thank you for your attention. I want to thank you all. Thank you for keeping the time. We have perhaps space for 1 question, if there's someone who wants to ask something. Everyone's already looking forward to lunch. If not, then thank you very much. Until now, we've heard representatives of various prison service institutions, but there are also organizations that work not precisely within the prison environment. So, first of all, Mrs. Andrea Matoušková, Director of the Probation and Mediation Service of the Czech Republic. Thank you for receiving me, for inviting us, and for the possibility of being here with you. I have the disadvantage of having 12 minutes time, but then I have the advantage that many things have already been said and I don't have to explain them, therefore. I think that we can confirm that although my presentation was put together several days before us sitting here, you will find many similarities. Although I'm presenting a system of a state point of view, but it is important to see that there are things that are the same in the ways of working with the convicts and so on. This is our logo. You may know it probably, at least the Czechs anyway. But what's important and what I want to focus on in the following moments, in our work with criminals and also with the victims, we lead a dialogue and we are trying to find a key that could present these issues to the public, because they have different roles and different missions in the society where we live all together. Because someone may see a person in our logo in the center. Someone may say that it's a maze. Someone will say that it's a circle that it keeps turning forward or backward and around. Someone says that the circle can be interrupted, and that is what we want to achieve. We want to interrupt the cycle of committing crime and arriving at a moment where they will decide to step back. But it's also a symbol of a lock, which can be locked, but rather unlocked as well. We are trying to unlock the perpetrators, the victims, the society. The picture that Mr. Valdeci mentioned when he spoke about throwing a stone into water as a symbol of a crime, and there are many circles that are created, symbolizes the fact that the society can feel that they are being stoned, that the stones are being thrown at our society, because there are so much information, there are so many pieces of news about who has done what criminal deed. There's so much in the news about all the crimes rather than the good things. What I would like to show is that we have also used it as a story where we try to enforce a new service that is called Probation House. We've been in activity for 1 year with this, so I cannot speak about the recidivity of the convicts. It's not an open prison. It's not an asylum house. It's an establishment for 16 men who have been let out on parole, and the first 6 months they are participating in this reintegration program where we're trying to simulate a natural environment. But we cannot simulate that for 16 people. We cannot simulate family. However, clients come within days, they are employed. We have to take care of their unemployment support. If they don't have their money, they should get money for clothing and food, but we're not equipped to provide this complete service to all these people. We are the stone as an idea, and we've thrown it in the sand in Písek. It's a historical, lovely town in South Bohemia where many tourists come. They've got a beautiful stone bridge, and it's a town which is smaller. There are 30,000 inhabitants there. There is very low unemployment rate, so it's a good place to live. And people are really concerned about what happens in their town and who does what. So you can imagine that when we bring the news that the probation and mediation service will open a probation house, people are not exactly excited, as if they'd heard that we're going to build a new stadium or theater or playground.
We did realize that, and it took us 2 years before we found a place in the Czech Republic to open a facility of this type. We contacted NGOs, contacted churches, the government, the communities, but we never found a place. There were many ideas that were not applicable or implementable. And we knew what we wanted and we knew what we did not want. We knew that we shouldn't be in the center of a town, but neither 10 kilometers away from town. The environmental is beautiful, but it's too separated from the real life. So we found a place on the suburbs of the town of Písek. It's an industrial zone, but it's a zone where people live as well. So it's also residential. So people meet there when they go to work or go home. We realized that what was important to find good relationships, not supporters of the probational house, but to find stable moments or to build good relationships, neighbor relationships, so to speak. Our neighbors are the fire brigades. You can imagine that they are respected professional or a group of people. They are cherished by people because they save life. People see them as protectors, and next to them we put a group of men who come back from prison. Who knows what they will commit here, and why do you put them next to our fire brigades? We did not have to discuss whether they allow us to enter the town, because our advantage was that we are in the building that was owned by the government. So that was the government who could make a decision. We are entrusting us this building, or entrusting you this building. So we didn't force ourselves on that town, realizing that we have to set a dialogue with our neighbors, with the municipality, or with all citizens of the town who live close nearby. How we approached that? We devoted 2 years to that before we opened the probational house. So we started talking to the magistrate or the municipality, and we were aware that the elected people have to work for their citizens, so there is not within the interests of the elected leaders. So they didn't welcome us with open arms, but we managed to negotiate very good conditions of our partnership. So the city or the town defined the conditions that we had to meet in order to be accepted. So they said, okay, we'll acknowledge that your establishment will exist in our town, but at the same time we want to make sure that our citizens are safe. One of them was that we as an institution would open public hearing. We opted symbolically for a calm place. That's a local library where elderly citizens go, men, women, children. So first public hearing was a really wild one, because there was a petition that circulated in the town, but that also pointed out to us that we have to provide information and make sure that people don't just receive articles about crime and the level of crime will increase in the town and so on. Then it's hard to stop. What worked nicely was having the director of the prison in Kuřim and in Světlá nad Sázavou. She worked closely with us. We invited judges who explained how people can get out of the prison on conditional release, what the conditions are. We also invited, and it was the most impressive part, we invited a man who was still serving his time. He was getting ready for conditional release, and he said to people, I committed crime, I am doing my time, but I want to go back to my family, I want to be a good neighbor. But what I need is what the colleagues mentioned. I need your chance, your trust. If you don't trust me, you won't give me a chance to be able to succeed. This is a great step forward. The first articles were like the probational house that's a place for convicts, criminals, and so on. Now these titles are, these people can remind themselves of the free life under the supervision of experts. Obviously, newspaper people want to have abbreviations, everything, symbolic titles, and so on, but at least this was more positive. But they at least pointed out that it's a process. What we succeeded in is that we build the basic openness of the town towards a probational house, and it also was created thanks to the financial support from the Norwegian funds and the governmental budget. So we created this foundation and told our clients, you are coming here as guests of the town, and you need to build good relations with the people in the town and with the town itself. So it's not enough to quit crime, committing crime, but you have to commit goodness, if I put it this way. You have to be active in the public life. So our clients, for example, baked donuts and helped in a symbolic traditional event. We took auspices over neglected place, and our clients cleaned it, and they work hard there even now. It's a cherry orchard, which is visibly much nicer than it used to be. You can see that our clients and our workers worked in this foodstuffs bank, which is a bank of food for poor people. And many of our convicts would never think that they would be able to work on such a thing, because they used to be recipients of this support. Here I can confirm that dogs work perfectly for changing the mentality. Our clients take care of the dog orphanage, so to speak. So they take care of the dogs and work together with the employees. They help the community in moving furniture and so on. So this is the house. We did not build the house, we just reconstructed it. It's close to the street. In the back there are the fire brigades, and the other side of the street, it's a big factory that processes meat. Many of our clients work there. This is in the interior, very similar to what you what you saw previously. Double rooms. Our clients learn how to cook. Some of them are good at that. So the first client actually baked a Christmas cake and shot a wonderful story on Facebook, and we realized, that's nice that our clients want to present themselves on Facebook, and that's a great advertisement for us. We don't have to do all the job, they do it for themselves. 2 more minutes? Oh yeah. Team, 16 released people on the condition, and our team is 9 people, the manager, then 2 key workers, which is people who evaluate and plan, speak with the clients, what they need, what should be done, how to deal with things that they need or what needs to be provided for them. Instructors are very important. It's not volunteers, but they do, that's what your volunteers or mentors do. So these people are with the clients, walk with them wherever it's needed. They encourage them, they criticize them if they fail, and they do it with love and also with discipline and motivation. This facility is not closed. Our clients don't have keys, they have chips through which they can go through the door inside or outside. So they don't have to be in the building. There's no barrier. But they are linked by their commitment. I will be released on probation, and I will participate in the program for 6 months. The basic principles, there's no point in repeating them. I've heard them many times from Germany, from Dutch experience, from Brazil. Nothing surprising here. It just documents that our probation and mediation service has been trying to carry the principle of restoring justice, also thanks to the cooperation with people from NGO or the prison service. Corridor, very similar to all other corridors, so that's ours, with the rooms on the sides. And what applies here, its principles, and also system of sanctions, like rebuking or all the way up to the information to the court and reopening their case for violating the conditional release. So that's for very serious violations or repeated violations. And the last thing I should mention, victim impact training. We got great inspiration in Germany and in the UK and in Canada. So we have our Czech version of the program that runs both inside the prison and outside. So that's our program that says, I am aware of you, or I sense you, where the perpetrators learn how to see the world also from the point of view of the victim and to rectify the consequences of their act as much as possible. To encourage you, I want to share these words by Helen Keller, a writer, a woman. She was deaf. Sorry. She couldn't see or hear, and yet she went through a university, and she was very inspiring for everyone who has to overcome some sort of barriers. And I thank you. And again, I appreciate the fact that I could speak here. Ah, small gift. Nice. Thank you, Andrea. She's leaving, but if you have a question, why don't you ask me questions while having lunch to save time? Thank you. And the final speaker, or presenter, in our final session, it's Lenka Ořenička from Rubicon, which is an NGO. Do you still have strength, any strength left for me? I'm aware that speaking at a conference as the very last person, as a person who has no direct experience what you are talking about, and yet being 14 minutes after the deadline when we were supposed to have a discussion, it's a deadly or lethal combination. However, I still believe that there will be at least something in my presentation that will inspire you, or at least I will explain one logo that you saw in one of the previous presentations. Rubicon, the Czech participants probably know us as an organization that visits prisons and helps people for their release. And we work with them once released. It's about 1,000 clients per year, but this is not what I want to talk about today. What I do want to mention is our role in two other areas, but that are linked to our core activity, because if you work with the clients, you surely confirm that sometimes you may feel that you will be, all your strength will be drained by the obstacles that we ourselves create, and we hardly or we actually put obstacles on the way for the clients on the way to freedom. So for that reason, Rubicon also focuses on two other areas: the systematic change or system change. When we try, with our limited possibilities, we try to initiate that we all feel like being part of the system. Oh, thank you, Hans. We are the congestion traffic jam. And at the same time, I want to change thinking, because that's necessary. We are all important in this, in order those changes that may seem unachievable, so that they really do happen and can be achieved. A lot has been said already. It seems that it doesn't work. Yeah. So I have to hold it pressed for a longer time. It's been said that the largest problem is not inside the prisons, but outside. What am I doing wrong here with the control? Do I have to point it somewhere? I keep pressing the button, and or the battery might be flat. Oh, yet another thing to help me with my presentation. Oh, it's running now. So a lot has been said that the largest problems can be found outside prisons, not inside. Just meeting people in prisons, we can see how much they failed outside and how much we fail outside. There was a very expressive picture. It's like an open wound that we don't want to touch. Someone is controlling this, isn't it? Okay, so I'll always show you when I want a new picture. At the same time, we know that the prisons are a place for the most vulnerable. Then it's been said, many things were said about principles, about responsibility, trust, human value, an attempt to be happy. It's not so easy or typical for our convicts, but these are the keys to the success in our work.
The strife for the prisons to become a better place, and not only for the convicts, but also for the staff, because it is so difficult, so hard to work in a prison. So this is what we should strive for. But at the same time, it's clear that we have to want it, all of ourselves together. Now we are find ourselves at a time that is quite dynamic. A lot is changing. We encounter situations where we look at not at reasons why crimes are being committed, but we look at reasons why crimes should not be committed. We look at people who've gone through what we want to cure, have so much experience that can broaden our knowledge. And we've heard restorative justice. It is not enough to work just with the perpetrator, but you have to work with the community and the victims. We're changing the vocabulary. Instead of correction or making someone better, we have heard the word recuperation, which is definitely not a very often used word in prisons. And we have to be humble enough to realize that our possibilities are very limited, because to eliminate the reasons and the results of crime cannot be done easily. It's not a process of I'll give you some remedy and you'll be cured. Our roles are varied, whether institutions or programs cannot achieve an ideal. What we can do is not stand in the way and not create useless barriers. And if the traditional prison system, with all these efforts of those who are within, does create barriers, has been already mentioned as well. What do we see on the slide? We have two buildings, interiors of prisons. What's interesting, one of them was built 200 years ago, and the second one a few years ago in England. If we thought which one is older, which one is younger, well, the younger is the more colorful one. But that's about it, I guess. That's about the only difference that we can see. And it's an example of what Gabriela has mentioned, that there are stereotypes, and even in the way prisons are perceived, stereotypes are ever present. And during those 200 years, many things have changed, even within the prisons. We have various programs. We have trained staff, but the environment that limits us, that creates the barriers, it still remains. The nice, friendly-looking guy whom you see on the slide, that's a Belgian criminologist, Hans Klaus, who's also a director of a large prison with the highest level of guarding and security. He went to a party once and he spoke easily with someone, what should a prison of the 21st century look like? And he wasn't able to answer, and when he came home, he thought like, well, what could it be? Well, it should be a house. A normal house that looks as much as something where we would like to live. If we want to prepare someone for the life outside, we have to prepare them in the environment that is as close as possible to the real world. And so let us develop a different prison environment, a different paradigm that leaves our space, or leaves our idea of prisons with this large capacity, huge building with full service. In English, they use detention house instead of prison. For now, we're using community prison. And this director of this greatest prison with highest level of security, and this guy from Belgium stood at the helm at the start of an organization that is called Rescaled. And now you can perhaps understand the logo now. It wants to support the whole society and public administration to be brave enough and to believe that such huge change, to leave the 200 years old model of prisons and start building a new model, but not as new, because we have heard already so many examples from abroad and the Czech Republic. It's what it's about, to rescale. The principles are clear. I'm not going to mention, we've heard them already many times. Work in such a way that you could call them by name, know them. We can actually tailor-make the activities for each person. That's what Hans Klaus and the whole Rescaled movement offers and invites us to participate, to accept the principles, incorporate them. Why Rubicon and why Rescaled? We've gotten a huge opportunity, and I really, really appreciate it, to lead the European Rescaled office. The one who carries this message of Rescaled. I'm so pleased that we have partners in the European Rescaled office, because they offer the Czech Republic, thanks to the national office, the support here in the Czech Republic to support and develop what we already have, and also the transfer of what we know in the Czech Republic and what we can learn from abroad in order to transform the large prisons and restructure the dimensions of the usual large prisons. It's good that the Rescaled process and project gets support And the European office will enable us to continue in our work, and they will give us also good practice from abroad. The Czech Rescaled office is a relatively fresh thing. It was opened since last autumn, and I'm very glad that we're not alone. You can see what we're trying to achieve. We want to support the brave, and many of them have been heard here today from the Czech Republic, who have already managed to run various projects, and we want to help to transfer those things that are working well to other prisons. I'm glad that I can see the colleagues from the Ruzyně prison here, because that will be the first prison that will be actually presenting the transformation of the female prison from Ruzyně to Velké Přílepy. We have an expert panel. Some of you can see yourselves in it. It's a picture from one of the many meetings. The team is really diverse. There are people from prisons, there are researchers, there are people from NGOs participating, and I do hope that others are going to join. This is one specific result of our work, the map of good practice in Europe. The Czech Republic does have a few dots there. We survey what we do and we put it on the map of Europe. And you can see pictures from projects that are already taking place. I mentioned that the areas for cooperation with Rescaled also focused on women in connection with the planned women's prison in Velké Přílepy. And last but not least, I'd like to invite you to our website, where we would like to gather information on what is happening, not only in Rescaled in Europe, but there'll be also a library that you're gradually going to find material that I'm sure will concern of what we'll be able to do together in the Czech Republic. That's it. I would like to finish with a wish. Let us be brave enough to be different. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, not only for keeping the time, but also dealing with the adversities of technology, yes, and life in general. Are there any questions? I would like to congratulate you for the work and for being part of Rescaled. I'd like to congratulate you on your work, and I'd like to ask how we could become parts of Rescaled. I'm very glad that APAC is part of Rescaled. We have a new office in Germany in cooperation with APAC, and if you're interested, I can definitely pass on the contacts. Thank you. This is the end of the second and final section of our conference. Although many of you have an afternoon and evening program, as the MC of these 2 days, I would like to thank you very much for your activity in discipline. We've heard numerous times that discipline is the base for correction and good life, and clearly we are able to achieve that. And I really, really want to thank the organizers of the conference, PFI or MVS in the Czech Republic, for creating this amazing opportunity to draw new information, new impulses that can be of benefit for us. Now I would like to ask the Executive Director of MVS, Gabriela Kabátová, for the closing words.
Tak já už budu mluvit jenom 20 minut a už to nebude na... Musím nahoru?
I will only speak for 20 minutes. Do I have to go up to the stage? Well, I really want to thank you all for your participation, mainly to our foreign guests who have flown for several days. Some of them have spent many days in Prague. I really appreciate their coming to the Czech Republic. I also want to thank the participants or representatives of the prison service, and I really, really appreciate the fact that we could speak about things that have not been discussed quite yet in this way. Looking at Hanka Prokopová, who has been fighting for this issue. I think each of you have probably remembered different things. Discipline in open prisons, it has to be there. It can be work, it can be education. I keep thinking of the speech of Ron Nickel. If you remember, yesterday morning, someone published a part of his speech, because I think the breakthrough lies in the fact how we behave towards a person. We don't have to build many new things. It's the cheapest thing that you can do. You can do it at the blink of an eye if you want it to happen. If it does happen, it's quite a miracle, but it's the easiest thing to do, to perceive the other person. As Valdeci mentions it in his quote, he's not dangerous, but he's just insufficiently loved. It's easy to say, but if the other person seems to be rough, behaves in such a way that we would probably lock them up or isolate them somewhere if they don't seem friendly enough to us, if they become healthy, if they are hugged and become loved, then the change could come about very quickly, much faster than we can guess, perhaps even in the small community prisons. So this is what I'm taking away, and I think each of us needs this type of hug and acceptance, and I think the atmosphere that we've had here was just like that. So that's the end of my 20 minutes, and I wish you all the best during lunchtime, and thank you so much for everything.